who's in person?
In person, we have Mr. Wells, Mr. Montoya, Mr. Carlson, myself, Jared, and Sharon.
Okay, Secretary Wells,
Yes, ma'am.
can you go ahead and run the meeting?
I will do my best.
I don't have the agenda in front of me and nothing, so I'm afraid if I switch, I'm gonna lose you guys again.
I will do my best.
Okay, go ahead.
The meeting will now come to order. We welcome all that are here and anybody who may be visiting with us online. President Aspas,
Yes, here.
Vice President Haskey, Board Member George,
Did you hear? Okay, you heard me.
Present.
Mr. Montoya,
Present.
and myself. We have a quorum. Item 2, reports. A discussion on strategic planning. Does not list here who's giving that discussion.
It's a group discussion. My understanding is that Board Member Montoya requested this meeting on a couple of different topics. We thought we would start with that description. I understand part of it has to do with performance-based budget making, and so we thought we would go into that overall description and what our process currently looks like now, with a conversation about potentially how we would change the process to more reflect what's in current law, which is performance-based budget making. And then with respect to executive session, we do have some conversations regarding personnel matters tied to strategic planning and budget matters that would be confidential in executive session. That's the primary overview, Board Secretary and board members.
Then we'll begin with the strategic planning.
Mr. Montoya?
Thank you. I appreciate the fact that, and again, I may have, I guess, mislabeled in respects to what we were asked, or what I was asking for. So I appreciate the clarification. Because again, as we have said time and time before, we really need to look at the construct of the budget, where that money is being spent, how it's being spent, the flow chart of all the departments. Because again, as we have said in the past, and I alluded to from what came out of our regional board meeting, the important part of that is looking at student outcomes and really, from my perspective, justifying the positions that we have and how do those positions relate to positive student outcomes, especially in terms of filling the gap, the educational gap. So hopefully we're a little clear on what I was asking for as far as the budget concerned, because I know I did make that comment towards the end of the meeting about asking about that. But again, everything is interrelated and tied together, whether it's the structure of the administration, the schools, and the budgeting process in and of itself. We have a calendar, we approve that, and that really goes hand in hand as well with our budget. So if we can go ahead and get started, I believe it was in respects to asset-based budgeting, if you want to do a generalization of that and then kind of break it down to how it impacts our budget and our funding. Thank you.
And before Mr. Carlson and I get started on that, are there any other comments from board members before we get started?
Ms. Chappelle has asked for any other comments from the board members. I have none.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Okay, with that said by Board Member Montoya, and I think we all been on the board now to know that, it's we try to prioritize. I say this after speaking to a parent, and I realize that we are kind of in a tough position, and then I can imagine, the person, such as Superintendent Carlson. But when we look at the priorities and things, we'd like to think we're student first, but then comes, what we recently faced with the school threat. And so then we go over to security, to the safety of our students. And then we look at what bills, what laws drive that, our priorities too. And so I think it's really important to say and have it noted that, especially to our audience, that, we have to keep in mind as board members all those three things. And the more they say we're locally controlled or governing board, slowly that's being taken away. And where other things, such as safety, such as the laws, the bills, that we have to think about as well. Thank you.
Any other comments? I agree with Ms. Christina. I'm a little dismayed that the legislature seems to want to take more and more of the local control away, the power from the people to govern ourselves. That's a little disheartening to me. If there's nothing else from the board, I'll turn the time back to the two of you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Carlson, do you want to go first, or do you want me to jump in?
I can go ahead and start. As far as the discussion should be about the strategic planning, and as a portion of the strategic planning, Mr. Montoya brought up the overarching theme of the new legislation that we have asset-based budgeting in place. And so that's something that our district has done a certain amount of, our budget process has changed over the last few years, and the budget process that's defined and outlined somewhat by the state is not really in line with performance, or is in line with performance-based budgeting. However, what we've done up until this point for the last several years is a process that I can go over. I don't know how much folks want to see that process. I do have some documents for you. This process was put in place before legislation was signed. And so what the next year's budget is going to be based on mostly previous budget planning processes, because those haven't really been adjusted. as of yet to account for asset performance-based budgeting. However, performance-based budgeting, for those of you who remember, was brought into the district several years ago, and I don't want to talk too much about previous superintendents, but there was a superintendent who had all different programs present using performance-based budgeting. Those programs met for 3 days, presented their budgets, and everything was ranked. And that was at a time when the state did not have a lot of funding going to the schools like they do nowadays, the last couple of years at least. And so it's sort of a hard time budgeting process at that time. Again, and I guess I can say who that was. For those of you who don't remember, that was Mr. Levinsky. And so there were a lot more budget cuts that were made during that time period. And I appreciated going through the process. However, I will say a little bit of a caveat. Am I leaving? Yeah, I'm off. How long was I off? I don't know how much of that everybody missed. And Mr. Noble switching mics on me. I'll just go ahead and, I'll grab yours if I need to. Anyway, in the past, the previous superintendent who embarked on the performance-based budgeting was Mr. Don Levinsky. And it was during some hard times, some budgeting hard times. And so there were a lot of cuts that needed to be made. Our current situation is not the same. We have been asked to make cuts in certain areas, but as far as school-based budgets, most schools are going to be able to operate with their recent budgets fairly well intact. I think our priorities now are outlined by Legislative Finance Committee, which especially, and the board has jumped on this one definitely, is to limit the budgeting, especially personnel in central office, to what is absolutely necessary to run the district. And so there were some definite, actually they weren't definite mandates, but the mandates were more in line of we're going to be working on decreasing the personnel in central office. So that has been a focus, one of the focuses on our budgeting process this spring. And I can talk about that. I believe I need to talk about that in executive session, though.
Mr. Secretary?
Go ahead, Mr. Montoya.
Superintendent, I appreciate that because, as again, I've been very pointed in my comments to what the LFC and now the state budgeting is. I don't know if so much so if it's requiring, but certainly wanting to occur. And again, it's our responsibility to ensure positive student outcomes. And we've been saying this for the last few years about trying to fill those gaps. So I appreciate that acknowledgement. And that's really where the focus should be anyway, in respects to how we apply that money, how we spend that money, looking at needs, absolute needs versus wants. So thank you for stating that in the manner that you did, because that's really where it's pointed at. If I take it from what the LFC said and the state legislature, pertinent to the budget in and of itself. So that's where we need to concentrate that funding and to ensure that's what we're doing. So thank you.
You're welcome. Any more comments or questions from the board before we move on? And again, I will, when we do executive session, I'll expand a little bit more. I can kind of say a few things without getting into actual personnel, rather than just have a kind of an overarching mandate of we're going to cut by this amount. As we go through the process of strategic planning, and then we have asset performance-based budgeting, we'll be looking. This is not a one time we're cutting a bunch of people process. This is a looking at it and doing what's right for kids and what's right for education, and it's based on needs, not based on wants. And it is a multi-year process. So I can tell you that we will begin, and we do begin, dealing with making cuts based on attrition. And so that means, and I'll give you examples, that as folks decide to retire or leave the district in one way or another, that we look to consolidate positions. So we don't want to have redundancies. So we want to make sure that, we were looking at job descriptions and duties and making sure we get everything covered. We don't want to willy-nilly just say, well, you quit, so that job's gone. So we have to be careful how we approach it. And again, if I go any further, then I'm going into executive session a little early, so I'll cut it off right there with that. Ms. Chappelle, do you want to go in, or you want board members to respond to any of that or comment?
Up to the board members, and then I
I
do
have a comment.
a couple questions.
Go ahead.
So one of the, at that time when Mr. Levinsky was there, one of the things that the district faced was sequestration. So that was a big one. And since then, I don't think it's really been, not to that degree anyway. So you're right. I just, just brought back memories of that time. So thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Montoya? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not
Secretary.
calling shots.
Yeah.
Mr. Montoya.
To your point, Ms. Asmus, I appreciate that. And also, with the very serious consideration of losing one of the power plants, I mean, the LFC pointed out the fact that we've received that impact aid funding, which is good, however, we've lost a funding stream into the district. So that's where we have to be very judicious on how we utilize that funding. And again, applying that funding that we do have into the classrooms where they're going to make a difference. And I know in the previous retreats that we have, some of the suggestions that came up during that time, certainly I would like to think that those will still be a consideration, and we can discuss that further, obviously. But just to add to your point, Ms. Asmus, about sequestration, the federal government doesn't even have a budget yet. So we have that looming over our heads, and then on top of the fact, like I just alluded to, the loss of a power plant and a revenue stream to the district. So thank you.
May I make another comment, Secretary Wells?
Go ahead, Madam President.
So, along with Mr. Montoya in saying what he did, from that point of the closures, and I just wanted to add to and let our audience know that the board and the Superintendent Carlson and along with our board attorney, we've all, in realizing that it was coming to fruition, but the talks always have been to make us whole and to keep us whole. But the community and our audience needs to know that we did that fight. We voiced those concerns. However, things that were projects that were promised, as far as solar projects, solar panel farms, to take the place to keeping CCSD whole, as far as tax revenue, things like that, they have failed. They're not even started. And if there was one started, it was started in Gallup and in Dulce, too far out to keep CCSD whole. And so they, meaning the legislatures, know of this. And but we only can do so much, but just to have an audience know that we've had raised those concerns, and now with this recent shutdown of the power plant and the mining, now it has come to where families, so student count has been affected, and and then going through a 5-year master plan. So all those things have been all considered to up to today. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Ms. Chappelle, go ahead.
Yes, sir, thank you. Thank you, board members. So with asset performance-based budgeting, um, essentially what you're doing is you're shifting from what has our previous budget been and kind of following that historically to an analysis of where do you get the best bang for your dollar. And that question is obviously identifying the outcomes first and then saying how do we achieve those outcomes by making appropriate budget decisions. And you all have been starting that and working on that, so we're actually quite a ways down through that process, in large part because we have done internal mapping in previous years. We're obviously continuing to do that work. And in addition to that, we have had quite a bit of community outreach by way of various efforts. So we're certainly not at the beginning of that process. We're kind of midway through that process. I think one huge benefit that we saw the last board retreat was that board members and our superintendent and the input we have from community are all on the same page about what our priorities are. And that's huge because if we have a leadership team who already has same buy-in on priorities, that means we're most of the way through that process. We don't have to find common ground because we already have it. So the next piece of the process is understanding, well, what's our budget process now? And how does that line up with performance-based budget making so that we kind of have a phased approach? What can we do now to move that toward whatever it is you all decide needs to happen on performance-based budgeting? And then going forward in the coming years, what do we need to do different? Does that make sense as an overall direction? Question mark?
Any comments? Yes, that makes sense to me.
Thank you, sir. With that, I would like to have Mr. Carlson talk about what our current process is before, did I jump too quickly into that? Were you going to make a comment? Sorry.
Yeah. May I?
Go ahead.
Simplistically, it's about trade-offs with currently what we have and what we would, again, need to do to achieve those outcomes. So, again, I don't want people to get too caught up in the minutia of the dollars and the cents, but really, again, it's about looking at what we have and applying it where the need is and then making those trade-offs for the most productive use of that funding. Thank you.
And that reminds me, Board Secretary, I could do an add-on here in a second after you make your comment.
I think we need to do a good overall look of what has happened, what has been done, what has worked and what has not, in order to get us where we are and to proceed from there forward to get us where we want to be.
Exactly.
So,
The one add-on that I wouldn't mind making, Board Secretary, with your permission and Board President, is the pivotal component of asset-based budgeting is data. So we can't really make informed decisions without having a good rubric to determine what our outcomes are. And so you've heard me say this before about how excited or how exciting it is that we have started to expand our data program, because without that, we're making decisions without good information. And so that's also a work in progress, right? And so as part of that conversation, I think my recommendation would be to say, well, what is our current data configuration in terms of that program? Is it what we need to get us to asset-based budgeting? And if not, what else do we need as part of that program?
What things do we have in place to show from the data what has got us where we are, and what things can we implement that will bring us to where we want to be?
Exactly.
Was that a question or a comment or
May
both?
I?
Both, yes.
May I comment?
Please go ahead.
So, I hope Board Attorney Chappelle, I hope you're still going to work on the, or anyhow, I'm hoping that still comes to, when I asked about the student and staff but more so the student, how our laws affect that student during the course of the day. And I think if we get a mental picture of that, and then also the administrator and the staff, the teachers, I think we will realize that not only do some of the programs that we want as a local school board, but how all these other things come in, and some are redundant, some are, it's kind of like shoved to us and said, that's law, so you got to do it. And I think that would have really given us a good picture of what, as a student, as staff, as administrator, especially for today's discussion. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Board President, I'm just wanting to make sure I understand what you were saying. And are you saying that for today, you would also like kind of an overview about how different laws impact this topic on asset-based budgeting or in general strategic planning?
Yeah, she can't hear you at all because you're turned off. So, I just noticed your red button. It has to be green.
I apologize, Board President. I was speaking to you and you couldn't hear me. Board President, I was just clarifying if you wanted an overview of the laws that affect essentially the performance-based budgeting process, or in general, the strategic planning and, like, for example, the Yazzie Martinez bridging of gaps. I just wanted to clarify what you're asking.
I don't know if there's enough space for how far we can go back. Maybe in the last 5 years, maybe take each year and see how that has applied, or in the last 10 years. And I think that would have given us a really good picture, and especially with the subjects of today. And we could see how, again, some of those are the board's suggestions or the superintendent's suggestions, and then how a lot of it is really legislative.
Okay, I have written that down for some notes. Would you like us now to turn to an overall description of the current budget process we have as a kind of foundational starting point?
If that's next on your agenda.
The agenda says discussion on strategic planning. So if it falls under that, sure.
I thought you were going to go for it.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and ask Sharon to present, because I know those folks are online. And then, for Board President Aspis, it's gonna be especially difficult because there's gonna be a lot of gaps and missing information. Just because, so this document that was sent out is sent out by every single, basically, program manager, which includes individual principals, is given a copy of the budget building process. And so that's what's being projected right now. And I'm just going to ask Sharon to kind of scroll through it. Some of it is pertinent mostly to school principals and building administrators. Other portions are more pertinent to those administrators of their own budget. So that, in other words, that's the directors. Oh, we lost it.
Jared, I think we're out.
That's okay. I'll wait.
Superintendent Carlson,
Yes, ma'am.
do you know if the school has, OHO has power?
I do not. I've not seen anything. I don't have any threads that they don't have power. I can find out though.
Yeah. My neighbor just texted me here.
Yeah, let me know what they say, because
Yeah, they said somebody was en route, and that was.
so is it, I would
1 o'clock.
assume that I would get something if it were OHO without power. That would come across on a thread, but I can go ahead and find out. I'm gonna go ahead and send
Okay.
a text out real fast.
Yeah, just text me.
Mr. Carlson, this is Mr. Desmond.
Oh yes, sir. I was about to text you.
Yeah, so Mr. Moss said that NQA were on their way to fix the electrical problem, and that was at 107.
Is it a problem at OHO as well?
It just says power out in most, not all of the buildings, so just certain sections, it sounds like.
Okay. So hopefully, Board President Aspis, they're on their way. That's the takeaway I got from that. Yeah, I apologize for it. That must be difficult to not have access.
That's what happens when you work night shift and then get up and decide to get ready, and then the power goes off.
That's no fun. And I'm surprised you're able to wake up. You need an alarm probably without the power. Well, we're glad you're here. Again, I'm going to go ahead and go over this a little bit. And since you don't have it in front of you, you won't see some of the things. But the process isn't that entailed. I mean, I think that I'll try and cover some of the most important points. The first and most important point is the budgeting process is actually outlined by the school board. And so there are some school board policies that talk about budgeting and whose responsibility is that will not show up on this. Am I on? Sorry. Just making sure. Okay. So this particular example is very much in line with what happens in the school building. And the budgeting process actually is done for the various funds that we have. The one that we're going to talk about today that is the responsibility of everyone is what comes across in the state equalization grant, or the 11,000 funding that we get from the state of New Mexico. But remember, we also have funds that are, all the different title funding, grant funding. We get quite a few different funds that each have to be budgeted separately. So when I'm talking about this is mostly going to talk about the operational funding that goes to each of the departments and to the buildings. So this first page is very general, and I'm just going to kind of go through a little bit. It talks about the principal, but it's also the program managers and so the directors who design their budget. One of the things that should happen is that there should be a parent advisory committee who are involved in the budgeting process and who are given the opportunity to voice their concerns about where that budget goes. One of the difficulties, and I'll tell you this from a principal perspective, is the operational budget, 90% of it actually goes into your staffing. So what you do with the rest of the dollars, you don't have a whole lot of choices by the time you're done with your general supplies and materials. So as principals fill this out, they really don't have as much discretion as some of the programs do. Yes, ma'am.
Quick question. So that means that when you're doing your org chart, that's a huge component of your budget, if 90% is staffing.
So in the building at the building level, it's higher. Throughout the district, it's a little bit lower, and obviously it's lowered because of central office and non-building staff. As a district, I think, generally they talk about somewhere between 85 and 88, somewhere their percent is going to be going to staffing. So personnel will chew up a huge portion of your budget no matter which department you're in.
And so to board president's point, state law says we have to have a certain student-teacher ratio, so that if we're building a budget, that's your base, right?
Yes, and again, the principal sort of doesn't have a lot of opportunity to make much decision in that because with the funding that we get, it's based on FTEs, full-time equivalents. So the staffing that they get is going to be based on the numbers they have from the previous year. So again, that's going to be set for them. So what's left over is what they're going to budget for. And again, it's not a huge amount.
And do you have just a sense roughly of what that base number is?
Percentage-wise, or? I don't know if I want to speak out of line, but it's in the single digits. It's not, the personnel does chew up. And again, principals don't have much discretion for that portion of their budget. They can have input, obviously, but they don't have a lot of discretion. Just based on, here are your numbers, here's what you get. And we try to be as fair as we can. I don't know how much into the weeds you want me to go, but we actually, because of size of buildings and various other considerations, some of our buildings, as far as personnel goes, tend to operate in a deficit because we have to staff. I don't necessarily want to bring up examples that shed a negative light on anybody, but there just tend to be schools that, you can take it this way, the smaller the school, the more difficult it is to budget for that school because they still require sort of a skeleton number of individuals to staff that school. So, I mean, for instance, you're going to have secretaries and principals and a counselor usually, and those kind of folks that you need to have. And so you may have one counselor for 500 students in one school and then one counselor for 180 students at another school. That's just kind of what happens. And so budget-wise, you can see how there's disparities in there when that happens.
So in that circumstance, could you share counselors?
And we do. There's one situation where we do. You can't always, though. I mean, we have, for instance, we have high schools that are 3 different sizes. We have elementary schools that run from 70-some students to about 500 students. And so there's just, sometimes there's issues with that. And when the number of students, I mean, I'll just make up some example here for you. Let's say you have, I don't know, 28 students in a grade 4 classroom, or grade 4 in a school. Well, you have the opportunity at that point in time to you have to make a choice. Do you want to overload everybody and put 28 students in one classroom, or do we have 2 classrooms that are 14 students? Well, obviously, if you staff a school and there's 14 students in every classroom, that's not optimal. You want to get as close to the class size that's allowed as possible. And in some cases, we're pretty soft on that, and we have been in the district. And part of it is, I think board members have expressed preference to have lower class size as much as possible. So we do take that into account. I can give you a lot of different examples that would kind of come close to that, but hopefully everybody kind of gets the picture of what I'm talking about.
And so
Before you go any further, Superintendent, may I comment?
Absolutely.
Well,
Go ahead, Ms. Asmus.
okay, on just what you said about class size and student size. With this 5-year master plan and how they have a table that they refer to, and then what goes back to Santa Fe is the utilization percentage. And I was asking, with that utilization, well, it was said that there was classrooms that were empty, and I would say, because there's been talks about how a teacher is overloaded and going above the normal class or student teacher ratio, and why. And I get what you're saying about, consolidating those, small classes, but why? I mean, I didn't think it was a big factor in utilization of when they go in and make records and do some of their data collecting, and they use that number in determining the school, and why aren't we using those classes, and why aren't we taking advantage of those small class sizes?
Kind of a loaded question there, and there's quite a few different answers I could give to it. I think the best I can do is to be very honest about, since I've been here. When we have meetings with the cabinet and with principals, and we talk about those class sizes and the student numbers in classrooms. And again, what I mentioned is we have kind of a very soft cap. It's obvious we can't have 7 or 8 students in a classroom all over a school building. However, we want to make sure that we're not overloading teachers, and so we are limiting the number of students. And I appreciate you bringing up all those points, Board President Aspas, because I don't know how many of you, I can kind of hopefully help educate some folks as to where Board President Aspas is coming from. We were just at facility master planning meetings, and there were several board members who sat in on those meetings, and so they have a very good grasp of kind of what's going on in the buildings, and what is happening throughout the district. Is most of our buildings were built when the student populations were growing, and so the populations were considerably higher than they are now. And now that we have shrinking populations, we do have less staffing, and so we end up having empty classrooms or classrooms that are underutilized or utilized for other purposes. And so, kind of to answer your question, we really do our best to make sure that we're not exceeding the cap that the state puts in place. And it's a really delicate and difficult balance, and part of that is because I don't know if everybody that's listening kind of remembers the LFC presentation that we had to go through in their evaluation of our district. They actually did talk about making sure that class sizes, go ahead and increase class sizes and utilize EAs to help out with those large class sizes. That's actually one area where I don't know that we've really gone along with that. Hopefully they're not listening in right now. We want to, and we like their report and everything, but we don't really go along with that because we need classroom teachers. And I agree with Board President Aspis that, there is data that shows that class size is not, the biggest factor. I know Mr. Montoya has mentioned that before, some of the Hattie's research. But it is very helpful, and because it also shows that if you work individually with students in smaller groups, you can make better gains. So we don't want to overload teachers, and so we are looking at that, and we're making sure that we're being as fair as we can. I would rather we spend more money on having extra teachers in a building than anything else. I mean, I don't want to have waste in central office. I'd rather utilize the staffing in the building. So when we get, and again, when we get into an executive session, I'm going to talk about a couple different situations where we're taking money that's currently being spent in the central office, and we're going to utilize that money in the classrooms. And I think that's always going to be our goal. Does that help at all, or no?
Board President, did that answer your question? Is she still on?
Yes, thank you.
So just to kind of circle back a little bit, what I'm hearing you say, Superintendent, is that the biggest part of our budget is essentially fixed. So like potentially 80% of it is fixed?
North of that.
So more like 85 to 90%?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so just so as you were talking, I was trying to picture what you were saying. And so in my mind, I'm thinking of all the things that are the same or similar depending on cost items, like the cost to run a building, the cost to maintain a building, repairs, same for grounds, and then of course personnel with teachers. From a kind of 90% is what I'm hearing you kind of gravitate to, of that is fixed. And obviously our costs are increasing as costs go up for electricity and other things. So the items are fixed, the cost associated with those items aren't necessarily fixed. And so really what we're talking about when we talk about asset-based or performance-based budgeting, it's really the rest of that 10% that we're talking about to determine how we spend those dollars to make sure that they are tied to outcomes.
Absolutely, and I think that I'm glad that Board President Aspis brought up the facility master's planning, because I think that process is a really good example of the asset-based budgeting that we all need to kind of look at, because one of the things that was brought up was utilization of classrooms in space, and a really, really easy to grasp example is the portable buildings, which I know that those of you who were there kind of remember that conversation. Throughout the district, we have quite a few portable buildings that are no longer being utilized. They were put in originally as schools were expanding and student numbers were growing. I can give you some examples just here in Kirtland. I know the Kirtland Elementary at one point was growing, and so they put in these portables. Now the portables, because they don't need to be utilized as classrooms, they become office space for, it depends on different folks who are like ancillary personnel, but they also become storage buildings. Well, to have a portable as a storage building is not a very good asset-based positive decision, because that building is deteriorating, and it's being cooled and heated and maintained in many cases. And if something happens to it, like an infestation of anything, that kind of thing, then you're just throwing money away dealing with that. Instead, what we are looking at, and the board members who were there at these meetings know that one of the goals through those meetings, as far as those buildings go, is to get rid of those buildings, because we're not going to need them. There is literally no school that's bursting at the seams at the moment, to my knowledge, and so we don't really have need to utilize them as classrooms. So if we're going to be fiscally responsible, we need to dispose of those buildings or sell them, get rid of them one way or another. It'd be great if we can make money on them. But so anyway, that's just a really good example that everybody can kind of grasp as to what we're doing as far as that kind of budgeting with the facilities master planning. Do you want me to go on?
Yes, sir.
So as you can see at the bottom of that page that we just scrolled through, there is another thing on there about the commitment of Central Consolidated to the equity and educational opportunities, and that's the policy right up there. That's the one that was passed by the school board. So it's very important as we do the budgeting to acknowledge the commitment of our school district to equity and educational opportunities. Very important, and so that should be a part of it. The next one here just kind of has a bunch of numbers, and these are mostly for schools, so I'm just going to scroll through these. There's two of these, I believe, that are really dealing with athletics, and so I'm going to scroll through those because they're not something we need to really necessarily talk about. So if you go all the way to page 5, I believe. So at the top of this page, so now we're getting into something, and I hope you all can see that online. I can't see it very well. So what's actually sent out, and I have another copy of this I could probably
You want me to read it?
have projected. Can you read that pretty well?
Yeah, what worked? It says list major programs, accomplishments in school year 22-23, which tie back to your building's 90-day plan and student achievement. The next.
So hold on a second. Okay. So that is actually something that, again, not just building principals, but each program manager needs to fill these out, because what we're trying to do, thank you, we're trying to give justification and provide documentation as well as to why would we continue on with that. If something is working, let's list them. So let's list what your programs are. Let's list their accomplishments. And so these, I do have examples. I don't know if I'm going to project those because, again, they're really difficult to see, and one of them is actually turned sideways, so it's kind of really hard to see. But this gives you an idea of what folks are filling out, and principals do this. Every director does this with their staff. So go ahead. I can read the second one now that it's big. So the next column says the impact on your budget. Did the activities affect your budget? If so, how? And then, will this activity be continued in school year 22-23? Explain why or why not. So this is the process that's been used. Now, I imagine there's going to be questions here, because I think Mr. Montoya is going to say something like, well, how is this going to be expanded as we move to the asset performance-based budgeting process? Am I wrong with that?
Mr. Secretary.
Go ahead, Mr. Montoya.
You are almost absolutely correct. And I allude back to our last meeting where the assistant superintendent mentioned the 71 educational programs. And again, time is money. And especially when you have that perceived notion where the people in the buildings, which are the educators doing the arduous work of educating our kids and trying to improve those outcomes and fill those gaps, when you have that many programs dancing around and they don't know that they're being made more efficient or effective, and then you look at this chart and you start pulling things out of there, like I pull a rabbit out of my hat to see what works best, rather than truly working with the individuals in those buildings at those grade levels who know what works for those kids in those buildings to truly make it efficient and effective by incorporating the voices of the people doing that arduous work, which are the teachers. That, to me, is important. And again, that's where you can truly make it more efficient and effective efficient and effective use of that budget, the limited budget that you have that's been eaten up by the salaries and the wages. So again, we know that that's important. So I appreciate the acknowledgement of the numerous programs that we have, educational programs, and certainly I don't want it just to be an attempt. I want it to be an absolute applied effort to try to minimize and make more effective use of that time. So I appreciate the acknowledgement of that, because that's what matters, and that's what, again, what we're tied to, and I keep alluding back to what was stated in that budget as far as how it affects the outcomes. So thank you.
You're welcome. If you want, I can add to that just a little bit, because I really appreciate that. Board President Aspis had mentioned a little bit earlier about some of the other caveat to that is, yes, you can quantify. You can't quantify time quite as much, but you can quantify accomplishments and necessity for various work being done. But you also have, again, with those 71 programs, I mean, that's a huge number and everything. But of those 71 programs, I can't tell you at the moment, but there's a fair amount of them that are required. So as you're going through, you have this, well, what do we need? But you also have what's required. And so we have positions even, we have programs, we even have positions that are more or less required. For instance, and it's not all from operational, fairly often when you get grants, the title grants, you have to have an administrator for each of those grants. And so, oh, now there's another position. Well, why do we have this coordinator? Well, it's literally because we have this grant, and that's a portion of that grant. So, I mean, there's an awful lot of mandates and particulars that you have to provide as part of the budget that are kind of outside the parameters of really examining it from the performance-based perspective. Does that make sense?
May I?
Go ahead.
Absolutely. And kind of to equate that again, what we mentioned in that last meeting when we were talking about ESSERS, and then the transition from the ESSERS funding into operational funding. So I understand your point, especially as it speaks to the different federal programs where you're required to have somebody to be able to manage that. I get that. But again, looking at it from the perspective of ESSERS and how that money is utilized, it's going to run out. So that's where it becomes a unfunded liability that's pushed into operations. And again, in my humble opinion, can we really justify the need for the time, for the circumstance? I would dare argue to say no. Because again, looking at the overall circumstance of where we are today, where we're going to be in 2 years, 5 years, with the loss of the tax revenue coming from the power plant, and how do we sustain those? It's very easy to say, yeah, we have impact aid, but again, that impact aid is for those classrooms. And again, utilizing that, and I know it's discretionary funding, but and however, certainly addressing the concerns of the LFC, which is our main goal, to improve and fill that gap. So I appreciate your point and certainly understand, especially from the educated perspective of how those things are supposed to be utilized, that it matters, but I don't certainly want to burden our budget with unfunded liabilities when really there is no need to. Thank you.
I have a question before Mr. Bell. Can the administrator of a specific grant also administer more than one grant? Is that a possibility, or is that?
I believe in some cases, yes. And we do have a grant manager that works with several grants.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So just listening to the conversation, it also makes me, go back to the current legislative session we just went through, and there's two task forces that I presented to you all. One was taking a look at the current SEG formula and whether or not it is what it should be. The code for that, in my humble opinion, is how do we get impact aid money back, potentially, meaning the state, how do we take some of that back? So the other thing that it reminds me of is the second task force that was going to take a look at all of the different layers of requirements to see if now we have this such a thick, heavy set of requirements that we're not even paying attention or need anymore, and it goes back to that unfunded mandate question. So this exercise is making me think about ways that we can participate in those efforts from a state perspective to help them better understand what they've saddled school districts with. And going back to those fixed costs, if we've got required programs, if we've got required positions, if we've got required fixed costs that kind of put us in a box where we get less and less money to spend on the performance-based outcomes, then that's a problem. So I was just remarking to myself and jotting down some notes and that's why I'm sharing them as Superintendent Carlson's going through this, that helped me understand potentially where we may want to look at going in the interim. And so a couple of those questions right off the bat, and I didn't hear this in the process, so help me understand where they might be. But first off is, are we currently going through a process that identifies assets we don't need, to your point, the portables, and assessing how expensive they are to run? Do we even know that? Like how much electricity it costs, et cetera, and is that a line item somewhere that then the board could see and help kind of give some feedback on? I think it would be great in maybe our next conversation about this, to Board Member Aspas's point, to actually identify what positions are required, what programs are required, and so then we understand better, those are our fixed costs, we can't really monkey with those unless we go to the legislature and say, help us fix this isn't working. Because the overlaying issue here is the legislature is now passing the buck to the school districts, right? With Yazzie Martinez lawsuit said, legislature, you have underfunded specific programs that are needed for Native American students, Hispanic students, and at-risk students, and learning or other disabilities students. So now, and we heard this at the first LFC meeting in Gallup that you attended, where Senator Munoz was saying, well, maybe we should start suing the school districts for failing to implement these things. And so this is a great first step to say to the state, you've shackled our ability to do this from the get-go.
Yeah. Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Montoya?
Mr. Powell, you're absolutely right. Because again, I know we talked about that before. In fact, when we were on the cusp of understanding and the receiving of that impact aid funding, on how the state legislature is actually inhibiting that ability for the rural school districts who have to incur increased cost. And then who do we look to, and how do we fulfill that when they're the ones that are tying our hands, or creating and passing the policies that directly impact our funding sources? So you're absolutely right that we need to look at it, because it's an imperative for us up here. Not everybody does that, and even to our colleagues to the south, their ability to use that impact aid funding in a different manner as to how we can apply it here, or the taxable funding streams that they have that we don't anymore, and certainly are on the cusp of losing even sooner than later. So I appreciate you acknowledging that and stating it that way, because it does matter, and it's all interrelated to what we do and what services we can provide per their request or mandate. Thank you.
Back to you, sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna mostly wrap it up. The rest of this, I did provide you, with 9 pages. I'm gonna have Sharon just kind of scroll through because, again, so the first portion of this is for principals, but then there's some more information that the folks just basically fill out, and they fill out the different line items that are used throughout their building, so or their program, depending. And so that's each manager is asked to do that and goes through this process every single year. Now, with what the state is bringing out, I imagine there's going to be it's going to be a little bit of a tighter process, and you're going to have to do more justifying, and we'll need to keep more data on these. So some of these codes right here, if you look at this one says Shiprock High School, but basically the program managers, the directors fill out a very similar form. They all use the same. I don't know that I'm the person to educate anybody in a lot of these codes, but basically there's on the far left, those 5 numbers, the 11,000, again, that's the SEG, that's the operational funding. That's the first fund that we talk about. There's, like I said, a whole bunch of different funding. Title I is 24101. I don't know how many there are, but there's probably 30, 40 different funds that we could possibly use. And then there's the function, which in that case, that's what's used directly for students. The object code basically describes the type of funding that it is, the specific funding, and you see over to the right there, there's employee travel and software, general supplies and materials. And this is a really good example of, and I don't know, this is just an example. I don't think this has ever been an actual budget of anybody's, but it's just an example for your benefit. You'll see that a huge chunk is for general supplies and materials in this example. That's kind of what needs to happen in most cases, because schools do use a lot of supplies, and there's not that much left over for a lot else once the supplies are placed in there. However, once again, beyond this funding here, we have a lot of our schools are getting at-risk funding, which is a considerable amount of funding. They're getting title funding, Title I funding especially, that they can utilize, and they do the same thing with their Title I money as they allocate it in the various places. And the district takes a certain portion of that as well. But anyway, everybody fills out a form similar to this with the money that they are granted. And the money that is utilized for the upcoming school year is based upon what's being utilized this school year. So that's about all I need to say about all that. We talk about the programs right there. And that's it in a nutshell. Any questions on that? Obviously, I mean, we've kind of gone through it pretty well. And again, it's going to change, and there's going to be some more stipulations. I think this is, Ms. Chappelle made a real good comment about, this is one of the reasons why we have the DART department. So we do have, we need data as we're making these decisions. And so we're going to utilize our folks to provide the data that we need. Any questions?
Are there any questions from the board?
No questions here. Thank you.
Our meeting facilitator just stepped out for a second, just to let those on the phone know.
issue. Where did we leave off?
We left off with you asking if board members have any comments, and Vice President Haskey said no.
Anyone else from the board that has questions? We ready to go into executive session then?
Yeah, I think that's a good transition. Superintendent, what are your thoughts?
I'm here, and I'm willing to do whatever. You know,
Are you ready for us to go into executive session?
sure.
I need a motion to adjourn into executive session.
Make a motion to adjourn into executive session.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Been moved and seconded that we go into an executive session. Executive session to discuss limited personnel matters regarding personnel matters update as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
We can just stay in here, right, or do we need to go to the boardroom? Okay.
I need a roll call for adjourning into executive session. Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Myself, yes. executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. We discussed limited personnel matters regarding personnel matters update as permitted under under NMSA 1978 section 1015(1) H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Do I have a motion to
I motion to reconvene in open session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to reconvene an open meeting. Madam President,
Yes.
Secretary Aspas,
George.
Vice
I'm
President
Secretary.
Haskell,
Vice
yes.
President Haskell, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Miss George. Miss George, can you hear me? Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Miss George, if you can hear me, you can chime in any time. We are now in open session. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn the meeting. Madam President,
Yes.
Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Miss George, Mr. Montoya,
Yes.
myself, yes. This meeting is adjourned.